1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
officially open. In accordance with Clause 5.37 of Council's Code of Meeting Practice, I inform the persons attending this meeting that A, the meeting is being recorded and made publicly available on Council's website, and B, persons attending the meeting should refrain from making any defamatory statements. In relation to Clause 4.3, the provisions of this code require the live stream of meetings also applied to public forums. To start off today's meeting, I would like to invite Senior Pastor Stephen Reddish from the New Life Christian Ministries to read the prayer of to offer prayer for council, as well as the acknowledgement of country and affirmation, which will then be followed by the national anthem. Could I ask everyone to please stand? Please, Father.
Thank you. Before we begin these proceedings, we'd like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet and their ancestors past and present. The Kabrugu clan, the Darug Nation. I also acknowledge that this land was assessed by peoples of the Daruwal and the Darug Nations. Affirmation of Council. We affirm our hope and dedication to the good government of our city and the well-being of all the Liverpool residents, no matter their race or creed. Today, we affirm our hope for sound decision-making by Council, which will improve the quality of life in our city. We express our expectations and best wishes for Australia and our nation's future, the Mayor, the councillors and the staff of Council, and all those associated with good government in Liverpool. Let us pray. Father, we come to you today in the name of Christ Jesus and thank you for this opportunity to serve our community of Liverpool. Father, we thank you for the great city of Liverpool and the people who live and work here. We recognise the task that we have is essential and that we thank you for all the gifts and abilities you've given each of us so that we can carry out our duties. Holy Spirit, we humbly ask that during our meeting today, you lead us, help us to treat each other with dignity and respect, guide us through the agenda and assist us with the difficult decisions we will make. Holy Spirit, help us to make the decisions that will benefit Liverpool community. Amen. Oh, we are young and free, with golden soil and wealth for all. Our home is girt by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gift of beauty rich and rare.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Thank you very much, Pastor Reddish. We greatly appreciate you taking the time to be with us here today, and for your well wishes and prayers. And on behalf of myself and everyone here at Liverpool City Council, we also would like to wish you a very Merry Christmas, and the best Merry Christmas to you and the members of your congregation. So the next item is apologies and applications for leave. So we've done that already from last meeting. Then next is the confirmation of the minutes of the ordinary meeting held on the 26th of November and the adjourned ordinary meeting held on the 27th of November 2025. Anybody move that?
There was one, sorry, through the Mayor. Conf 12, in the resolution last meeting, there was a mention of a casting vote, but I couldn't see it in the minutes. So can we make that reflective?
Yep. Are you moving the minutes, Councillor Assevsky?
With that amendment, yes.
Yes. Do we have a seconder? Seconded, Councillor McNaught. Any discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare unanimous. Next we have declarations of interest.
Mr. Mayor, I've got a declaration of interest in respect of bear with me, NOM 05. The interest is non-pecuniary, less than significant. The nature of the interest is that in the year 2025, being this year, that two of my children played for Liverpool Olympic. That's the nature of the interest, and I'll be staying in the meeting.
Councillor AJ?
Yeah, in regards to NOM 05, the same Councillor Kanib just said, non-peculiar, less than significant. My two children play for the great club of Liverpool Olympics, and I'll be staying in the chamber as well.
Thank you, Councillor AJ. Any further ones? No. I will declare an interest. Just bear with me for a moment. Item PD 02. It's a non-pecuniary, less than significant. The nature of the interest is the owner of that land. What's the name? The owner of that land. I'm just trying to think of the name of the organisation. What they're called. I was previously engaged when I was not a local government official in a professional capacity through my company to do some work for them. It's non-pecuniary, less than significant, as that was in probably around 6 or 7 years ago. But I will be leaving the chambers. I think it's ABA Group, actually, that's the name. Any other further interest? Nope, great. We'll now move on to the public forum, and there are three speakers. The first one is on item NOM 05, public-private partnership with Liverpool Olympic for Hoxton Park Road improvements. And I'd like to take this opportunity to invite Mrs. Spiros Misakios to address council on that item. Could you if you just press the button, please? Yeah. Lovely, thank you.
Right, can you hear me? Okay. First of all, thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Mayor and the CEO and all the councillors and workers. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I won't talk for long. There was a notice of motion put forward to do a public-private partnership. Now, I'll tell you a little bit about Liverpool Olympic. It's good to hear that two people have kids played at our club, which is heartwarming, which is good. I like that. So we've been around for nearly 44 years. And in that time, we've had a lot of hardworking people, and our home is Hoxton Park Reserve. So I won't talk for too long. Now, we're asking for a dollar co-investment, and we're going to put our hard-earned money into renovating an asset that the council own. It's a public asset. I know there's some caveats on things like ecological challenges and everything else, which I believe are very minuscule myself. That's just me being me. But yeah, I'm happy to explore all those options. And I know there's going to be challenges, and I know we can make it happen, from our perspective. Now, Liverpool Olympic is financial. Liverpool Olympic has proven now in the last 40-odd years that we do spend money on the grounds. We do have money, we do have the resources, we do have the ability. So I think we tick every single box. And this will be a game changer for Liverpool if we can get an asset in our area that's second to none, unless like another big venture like Woodward Park or something else comes along, but this is something that's desperately needed. Fairfield Council are putting synthetics everywhere, so synthetic fields, lights everywhere, and I'm not just saying that, it's definitely happening, and the Mayor of Fairfield is a friend of mine. I don't know if I have to declare that if it's a different council. So I know there's caveats, there's some initiative, but I believe the outcomes are going to far surpass for our area, because it's not mine. I want to leave this as a legacy for your kids going forward, saying I played for Liverpool Olympic, or your kids. It's not mine. I'm just a caretaker at the moment, as they say, but I've been a caretaker for 34 years. So, and I think we've got stability. Our committees are stable, and we've got money. So I'm asking let's do a partnership together that will assist us getting what we want to get off the ground. That obviously there's going to be caveats of leases and different things that I suppose the business side has to, and I've got to get smarter people involved than me. I'm just a meathead. So I want to get some smarter people involved. That obviously when you're talking to people like on the CEO chair or whatever, we're talking a different language. So thank you very much for the opportunity to talk. You heard this before from me, but I'm really, really excited about this public-private partnership, the dollar-for-dollar co-investment, and I think that's fair, and I think that's a fantastic, if you guys can at least get us to the stage where we can put this forward in our budgets for years. And we're not asking for $100 million or $50 million. So we're talking a small amount of money. Do this on a scaled budget that we can manage, and then we can make it happen. So I don't know what else I can say. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate time.
Thank you, Spiros. Our next speaker is Mr. Michael Angelkovic, who would like to address council on item PD03, post-exhibition report, Serbian street naming.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, CEO, councillors, directors and staff. As a member of the Serbian community in Liverpool, who is the third generation of my family to live in Liverpool, I'd like to thank you for showing the honour to the Serbian community. My late grandfather was a typical immigrant some 75 years ago when he came to Australia in 1949 and then settled in Liverpool in 1951. He hadn't moved since, other than moving to Rookwood when he passed away some 10 years ago. The issues of the Serbian Park in Liverpool is not a new topic. It's one that was discussed and voted on in September 2020. For those of you who weren't on council at that point in time, I would refer you to item number, to the September 2020 meeting, Nom 02, file number 255851.2020, subject Liverpool Multicultural Park. There was quite a vigorous debate at that point in time, and the number of points that were voted on and agreed on. I'll just read out point number 5, was to support the establishment of a Liverpool multicultural park. And point number 6 was to direct the then CEO to work closely with Sawyer, who is once again one of the groups involved in this latest presentation, to develop a Serbian section of the Liverpool Multicultural Park. Now, in February, as you all are aware, 2025, a mayoral minute was placed before council to support the Sawyer, Serbian Orthodox Youth Association, the Serbian Festival Sydney, and SCOFA, which is the Serbian Council of Australia, to look at some Serbian names and also to come back and report, to have council report on an appropriate location for a Serbian park. In relation to the street names, I've actually made some suggestions and passed as much as I could around. In relation to the 70-odd suggestions that are made, I would like to suggest that perhaps I could talk to staff who don't have an understanding of the Serbian language, because there are some nuances. For argument's sake, the J is not pronounced J, it's pronounced Y. So number 1 is not Zmaj, it's Zmaj. And there are some other words in there where there's obviously been a couple of larrikins involved, and they're probably not appropriate to put forward when you translate them. The other thing is there's also some words in here which are not Serbian. They're actually either Bosnian, such as Mostar is in Bosnia, Dubrovnik is in Croatia, so they're not related to the Serbian community. And there's one word there which is strata, which is actually my autocorrect went wild. It should be sarma. Now, sarma, for those of you who don't know, is a Serbian dish. It's cabbage roll with mincemeat, rice and other spices. Very tasty, let me tell you. My mum makes the best sarma, and I think sarma should be included, not strata. So, going forward, I think one of the things in relation to the park, which isn't really spoken about, but I'd like to turn around and say, if you want to find a location for a Serbian park, I have the perfect location. It's at 962 Bringelly Road, Rossmore. It's a farm that's been owned by the Serbian Orthodox community for over 50 years. I know because I grew up on that farm. My father actually sold that to the church at a discount 50 years ago. The western part of that property is between, I think, McDonald Road and the creek, and it's zoned RE2, and it would make a perfect location for a park because it has the zoning and it's owned by the Serbian community, therefore it's not going to be an issue for the rest of the broader Liverpool community. In relation to the street names, well, you know, as I said, I'd like to offer my services to the staff to go through and have a look at some of the translations and maybe knock out some words that are not appropriate to be included. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Michael. The next speaker is Mr. Charbel Kazi, who would like to speak on item PD 0525, Simone Crescent, Casula.
Good evening, Chairperson, Mayor and Councillors. My name is Charbel Kazi. I'm a resident of Simone Crescent, Casula, and I'll be speaking on behalf of concerned neighbours regarding the overdevelopment at 25 Simone Crescent, Casula. We are here tonight because of the Streamlined Section 34 agreement that presents a complete failure of the Council to defend its own planning controls, its own assessment and community interests. Council planning reports identified many major flaws in the development, and the local panel refused the original proposal for mainly overdevelopment and public interest. Yet, instead of standing firm and allowing the Land and Environment Court to fully hear the matter in the courts, the Council chose to concede and strike an agreement with the developer behind closed doors. And the outcome, instead of reducing the scale and the units, the new approved plans of the development have gone the other way. It's now bigger, taller, and worse designed than was originally refused. Let us speak clearly. This overdevelopment squeezes 39 co-living units into a single suburban block that cannot handle such scale and mass and provides only 8 parking spaces. The new plan pushes the building height from 19, what was originally proposed, to 21.3 meters, far beyond the 18-meter zone limit. So the 6-story building has now quietly become 7 stories, with a rooftop tree canopy to build bulk even further. And it seems for this development, the sky is the limit. As well, the side setbacks, the council has ignored its own setbacks and standards recommendations. The supposed compliance relies on technical loopholes, labeling the walls of habitable rooms as non-habitable and ignoring the habitable rooms of balconies of adjacent neighbours to reduce the required side setbacks from 6 meters to 3 meters, causing negatively impacts on overshadowing and noise. The overshadowing is made worse by the new plans moving the building forward 3.5 meters and reducing the front setback from it was 9 meters before. The Design and Excellence Panel originally recommended an underground parking 6 to 9 setbacks, side setbacks, and a 5-story limit to reduce the overdevelopment. But all these recommendations were ignored. Beyond the planning breaches, the public interest also was completely ignored. There was 34 written submissions and 87 signed petitions were lodged by the community, and over 25 residents attended consultation with the council, believing their voices matters, but instead their objections were overridden and their voices were dismissed. The council's own initial reports to the planning panel recommended refusal under section 415(1)(a), B, and C of the Environmental Planning Assessment Act, warning that the sheer number of the scale of this co-living units will be out of character with the area. Thus, it will change the neighborhood established character, and it's not in public interest, and would set an undesirable precedent of inappropriate overdevelopment. The report also warned the project was likely to generate observed social impacts. What have changed now with the new plans? Nothing. It's still a big building. In conclusion, the planning and design report didn't answer why the council considered this case, why the community concerns and the council's own initial recommendation were dismissed, and why our neighbourhood must bear the cost of the decision we had no real say in. And most importantly, it doesn't offer any solutions, this report, only weak excuses. I urge the councillors to read the letter attached to the report, which is here, and which was issued to the residents, and personally visit the 25 Simone Crescent, Casula, and see for themselves if a 7-story, 39-unit building on a single suburban block with only 8 spaces is truly appropriate for this area. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kazi. We'll now move into the mayoral minutes, of which there were 2. The first one is a condolence motion. Regarding the passing of Reverend Bill Velivatu. It's with great sadness that we pause to mourn the recent death of Reverend Bill Velivatu on the 30th of November. As a senior pastor at Liverpool City Church, Pastor Bill loved serving his community and was devoted to his mission. Under Pastor Bill's leadership, his church forged a strong relationship with council, holding services and regular events at the Willem Centre, Francis Greenway Centre, and most recently at the Hilda Davis Senior Citizens Centre. In addition to their weekly services, The Liverpool City Church runs outreach programs at the Liverpool Community Centre, providing meals and assistance to disadvantaged families in Liverpool. Deeply missed by those who knew him, Pastor Bill was a devoted servant of God, known for his ability to listen, welcome, and comfort all those he came across. As we join with Liverpool City Church community in mourning his loss, we celebrate his legacy and trust his memory will continue to inspire others. I now ask everyone to please rise for a minute of silence in the honor of the late Reverend Bill Valevatu. And I'd like to formally move that Council express its sadness at the sudden passing of Reverend Bill Valevatu, and a letter of condolence be sent to both his family and to Liverpool City Church together, and a copy of this condolence motion as a mark of gratitude for remembrance. And if I can just speak a little freely, that Pastor Bill visited. I had the honor of having him visit me many times over my time as mayor, and he was always very passionate about his community in serving Liverpool and serving God, and always had a beautiful presence whenever he came in to visit me and to try to do good things for the community. For those of you who would like to attend his funeral, it's on this Friday at 10 o'clock at bear with me for a moment. 115 Cabramatta Road, East Cabramatta, at 10 a.m. Councillor AJ?
Yeah, I'd just like to send my condolences to the family. Pastor Bill, when I first moved to Australia on Elizabeth Drive, they had a church there, and he gave me the opportunity to play my bongos. And also, when they were down at the Kappa Council place, my first preaching was done there. So he's a great man. We have lost a great man of God, and my condolences to all the family and the church members of Liverpool City Church. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next item is, I think it's all moved in unanimously. Next one is regarding 15th Avenue advocacy position and update. Tonight's mayoral minute speaks to one of the most important infrastructure questions facing our city. Will Liverpool receive the strategic transport corridor it was promised, or will we accept a diminished version that leaves our community behind? Earlier this year, the federal and state government announced a $1 billion upgrade of 15th Avenue. The scale of the investment is welcome, but the question is not how much is being spent. The question is whether the upgrade being delivered will achieve what Liverpool needs. And right now, based on the current scope, it will not. 15th Avenue is a generational project. It is the single most direct, logical, and efficient corridor linking Liverpool to Western Sydney International Airport, to Bradfield, and to the Aerotopolis. It is the backbone of future housing growth. It is the spine that will determine how our region moves, grows, and prospers for the next 50 years. Yet, the upgrade now on the table provides no confirmed connection to the airport. The upgrade will not extend to the airport. It will fall short at Devonshire Road. It provides no mass transit corridor. no rapid public transport spine, no mechanism to get people to jobs, hospitals, education, or opportunity. It is a billion-dollar road upgrade being delivered without the essential ingredient that gives it its purpose: fast transit. To quote the media reports, 15th Avenue is going to become the road to nowhere. There are 5 fundamental shortcomings of the current proposal: poor planning, no access to the airport, no public transport, no solution for housing, and no access to jobs. These issues directly undermine our city's ability to grow, prosper, and to connect our residents with the opportunities that the new airport will create. Communities in 2168, Miller, Ashcroft, Cartwright, and Hinchinbrook, some of the most disadvantaged in the state, stand to benefit enormously from a genuine fast transit connection. Without it, they'll be left with further isolation from jobs and services at a time when they should be placed at the front of Sydney's economic future. Fast transit is not a luxury. It is essential infrastructure. It is the transport spine that could support new housing in Austral and Leppington. It is the catalyst for the Miller Master Plan. It is a link that unlocks employment lands, new investment, and fair access to opportunity. And councillors, this is not merely a Liverpool priority. Fast transit aligns directly with the New South Wales government commitments to housing supply, regional jobs, and economic participation, ensuring Western Sydney Airport delivers for the people of Western Sydney. Please understand this: we support investment, we welcome funding, but we will not accept a version of 15th Avenue that leaves the residents of Liverpool behind. This is a once-in-a-generation opportunity. We owe it to our residents, especially in the suburb of Austral, present and future, to get it right. I commend this mayoral minute to council. And I'd like to formally move that council asserts that the current 15th Avenue upgrade will not deliver the strategic corridor and that has long been promised to the Liverpool community and falls materially short of both federal and state government commitments. The present scope provides no confirmed or funded connection from Liverpool CBD to the airport, Bradfield, or the Aerotropolis, and is not fit for purpose when measured against long-standing plans for a fast transit corridor. 2. Notes with concern that no mass transit or high-frequency public transport link is planned along 15th Avenue, specifically undermining access to the airport/Bradfield, constraining job opportunities and increasing reliance on already congested road networks. 3. Highlights that despite more than a decade of substantial council-led planning, an integrated transport solution for 15th Avenue has not progressed, and the current upgrade fails to address council's 5 key shortcomings: poor planning, no access to the airport, no public transport, no solution for housing, and no access to jobs. 4. Reaffirms that the fast transit is essential infrastructure, without which housing supply, population growth, and sustainable development across Austral, Leppington, Rossmore, and the wider southwest growth area cannot be delivered responsibly or effectively. 5. Acknowledges that Council has completed extensive technical and strategic work, including corridor protection, concept development, and strategic business cases that clearly demonstrate the feasibility, strategic merit, and necessity of delivering the full fast corridor to secure genuine regional connectivity. 6. Recognize that a fast transit upgrade would deliver significant socioeconomic uplift, particularly for communities in the 2168 postcode, improving access to employment, education, and essential services, and reducing entrenched transport disadvantage. 7. Notes that the fast transit is a critical enabler of the Miller Master Plan and broader urban renewal initiatives, strengthening investment confidence and supporting the revitalization of key town centre precincts. 8. Notes that the delivery of fast transit aligns directly with New South Wales government priorities, including housing supply, regional job creation, equitable transport access, and the maximisation of economic returns from Western Sydney International Airport. 9. Reaffirms that fast transit is the central east-west backbone required to support future housing, employment lands, and sustainable development across Liverpool's rural edge transition areas. 10. Advocates for the delivery of a full-scale, comprehensive upgrade to 15th Avenue, including fast transit, and commits to continuing strong advocacy and engagement with relevant federal and state ministers, as well as local MPs representing the Liverpool LGA, to secure bipartisan support for this generational project. Is there any discussion?
Yes, Mr Mayor, I have an amendment.
Councillor, you cannot move an amendment from a mayoral minute, but I'm happy to consider any changes you'd like.
Okay, in that case, I have a question to the CEO. Is this a motion before the floor of council?
Is the mayoral minute a motion before the floor of council? I'll just refer to the General Counsel on any advice on the floor. Otherwise, I'll have to take. I understand the context, but I just might have to take a moment to. Yeah.
Please turn your microphone, please. Microphone on, please.
I'm happy if the question can't be answered now for the matter to be deferred until it can be and we can proceed.
Oh, we can proceed. It's a mayoral minute put to the floor of council, which I just put.
I think the question was referred to General Counsel.
Yeah, great.
I'll refer to the General Counsel. Again, we might need to take some time to give you the correct answer, but I know the intent of what you're saying, but if there's any comment from the GC.
Okay. Any other discussion?
Yes, the discussion will be predicated upon the answer from the General Counsel.
I'm not sure I entirely understand the question. I'm happy to try to answer it if I understand it properly. But before I do, just noting the provisions on mayoral minutes, and particularly 9.8, seems to provide some assistance.
To the CEO, I'm happy to provide that clarification. It's in respect of clauses of the Code of Meeting Practice 10.8, 10.9, in respect of amendments to motions, and the fact that there's no definition of what a motion is in the code. I'm simply asking whether or not this is an item that comes within the remit of moving amendments.
So it may be something I need to take on notice and give some further consideration to. I do note, however, Councillor, that 9.8 of the Code of Meeting Practice says a mayoral minute when put to the meeting takes precedence over all business on the Council's agenda. The Mayor may move the adoption of a mayoral minute without the motion being seconded.
Through the CEO, I accept that. It's silent as to whether or not it's a motion which is subject to those provisions later in the Code of Meeting Practice. I accept what you say, that you'd have to take it on notice to provide an answer. Look, I suppose my question to the Mayor is, would you allow the minute to be put towards a later stage of the meeting for that question to be answered?
Yes, Councillor, but I'm happy to consider what you'd like so we can move on with the agenda.
I was simply just trying to move an amendment. If you're happy to consider it.
Yeah, that's what I said before, yes.
Okay. Adding point 11, I'm happy to provide an email of the exact wording of this in a moment. Council directs the CEO to provide a report on the status of the Miller Master Plan. A new point. Condemns the former Liberal National Government for more than a decade of neglect and for failing to fund or progress upgrades to 15th Avenue. New point. Notes that the former government refused to reclassify 15th Avenue, Devonshire Road and Moorebank Avenue, despite an independent panel recommending all three be upgraded. The only reclassification recommendations rejected statewide and all in the Liverpool local government area. New point. Condemns the Shadow Minister for Western Sydney, the Honourable Robin Preston MP, for calling the $1 billion investment into 15th Avenue as, and I quote, pork barrelling in Parliament on 18 September 2025. New Point notes Council's recent works on 15th Avenue, including the Diamond About, have drawn significant criticism and caused international embarrassment. New Point notes that in correspondence to the member for Leppington in 2023, Council acknowledged a failure to preserve an adequate corridor and advised that it would continue to assess development applications along 15th Avenue. New Point commends the Minns Labor government and the Albanese Labor government for committing funding and committing to deliver the first stage of this multi-stage project. Final Point notes the government's plan to protect the transitway corridor and the road alignment to Bradfield to be delivered as part of future stages.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. I don't accept them, and I'm happy for you to raise them in a different format, mainly because this motion as written and the 10 points as the mayoral minute is written is trying to build, if you look to, is it point 10, a bipartisan support for this project going forward in the future. We're not looking in the rearview mirror, we're looking forward, and starting to condemn people is not anything that this motion is talking about, and I don't think there's any political party or government or ministers mentioned in this. Other than that, all we're trying to do is advocate and point out how important it is. So I don't think that they are in the spirit of the motion, and they take it to a completely different place. So I don't see them in any way as an amendment at all.
Well, we can clarify whether or not it's an amendment.
Well, it's not an amendment. It would be a foreshadowed.
With respect, we can clarify whether or not it's an amendment. General Counsel's taken it on notice. I'm happy for General Counsel to provide some advice. And if it's not an amendment, it's not an amendment. If it is an amendment, I'd like to move it as an amendment.
Well, General Counsel is not chairing the meeting. I'm chairing the meeting.
No.
And this thing is, as you have put it, does not even meet the criteria as an amendment.
Yes, it
If
does.
it's anything, it is a foreshadowed motion.
No, it meets the criteria for an
Okay,
amendment.
great. Thank you. We'll now move on. Does anybody?
Yeah, I'd like to actually now speak to the minute.
Yes, you can speak to the minute. Are you speaking for or against?
Yes, speaking against.
Okay, great.
Are we going to be timing people?
Yes.
Thank you. Your comments earlier about whether or not, about building bipartisan support for the project ring hollow, given the fact that this is a backhanded compliment in respect of this upgrade. It's attempting to say we support it and we welcome it, but we criticise pretty much everything about it. Parts of it, rather, are disingenuous, particularly the references to the Miller Master Plan. I would have thought that at the very least that point would have been accepted. To provide an update, my understanding of that project is that a report's been provided quite a number of years ago and no further action has been taken on it. It seems to have been brought up at the last minute to be tacked onto this motion in a very disingenuous fashion. This comes in the context of particularly remarks made by, as I stated, the Shadow Minister, who called the project and the funding pork barrelling. If it's such a vital project, if it's such an important project, I think we should be clear about making sure that comments like that are called out for what they are and condemned. If we're saying that, you know, not only is this a good project, but we need really the project to be progressed further, I would have thought it'd been a no-brainer to say that comments to detract from the project would necessarily be condemned. Other points are, of course, either not factually correct or further disingenuous. This project is a multiple stage project. The corridors, as has been recognised in correspondence, were failed to be preserved by council. The Liberal National Government was in power for about 12 years and no action was taken on this project. It's a council road, and again, there's been no substantive action in progressing this upgrade until two state Labor governments have come along.
My amendments, yes, they are politically sharp. The project has certain political connotations. To suggest that, you know, we're not all politicking is a bit silly. We're politicians. That's exactly what this motion is seeking to do in a less sharp and backhanded manner. It's simply the fact that the points I raised earlier are just clearer about the history and the nature of the project. I would still be pressing that clarification about amendments and what constitutes a motion should be made, but certainly for future reference, not simply for this item, given the fact that, as I said, the Code of Meeting Practice is silent or ambiguous at best, and undertakings have been made to provide further clarification about that. As I said, thank you. As I said, this is a multi-stage project. This funding and the work that's being done on it so far are the first stage. But of course, given the nature of multi-stage projects, there will be subsequent stages where the first stage is built upon, and that of course will include a fast transit, or at the very least would expect that it should. That point isn't cavilled with, but the nature of the motion, I say, is disingenuous at best. Reiterating the points I made earlier, it's an attempt at seeming, or on the face of it appearing, bipartisan, but it's in fact not. I'll conclude my remarks there with...
Any other speakers for or against?
Yes, Mr Mayor, I'd like to speak against the motion.
Yes, Councillor Carnegie.
Your comments, Mr Mayor, to Councillor Monaghan would suggest that the motion in which you brought before the floor, the mayoral minute, is bipartisan. I would suggest to you that if your genuine view is that it is bipartisan, that you remove points 1 through to 9. Essentially what you're trying to advocate for is point 10, which is that you advocate for the delivery of full-scale comprehensive upgrade to 15th Avenue, including fast transit, and commits to continuing strong advocacy and engagement with relevant federal and state ministers, as well as local MPs representing the Liverpool LGA, to secure bipartisan support for this generational project. If it was really bipartisan, that's where the motion would start and that's where it would end. It wouldn't contain points 1 through to 9, which are attempting to assert that the state government's commitments fall well short of community expectations. There's a significant amount of funds that have been delivered to this project by both state and federal governments. That should be acknowledged. And the use of this as a mayoral minute and putting it forward, this wasn't announced last month or last week. This commitment has been announced for some time. The urgency around having this voted upon tonight without the suggestion brought forward by Councillor Monaghan as to whether or not it would constitute an amendment, in my submission, would be an unfair approach as to how to handle this motion and this minute as it stands. Mayoral minutes should be addressing things like the inability to execute a project like Carnes Hill on time as it was promised to the community. I've seen no mayoral minute about Carnes Hill. There's been an uproar about the pool there that was committed by you, Mr Mayor. There's been no mayoral minute by you to suggest that it hasn't been committed on time, as promised. But yet we're bashing the state and federal government for $1 billion. Mayoral minutes shouldn't be used for political point scoring, because that's what this is. If you were genuine, Mr Mayor, about your attempt to advocate fully for a better project at 15th Avenue, as your opinion is, and move it that way, then point 10 would be enough. But I won't be supporting a motion that just attempts to bash the government for $1 billion of funding. I don't need the full 5 minutes.
Have you finished, councillor? Yep. Are there any other speakers for or against?
I just have one question. Through the CEO, advocates, just some clarification on the last time we advocated for this, I think $100,000 was spent on a survey. We're not allocating any money on that advocation?
That hasn't been requested, councillor. Advocate in the wider sense is what it looks like we'd write a letter. That's what I thought it'd be.
I've got just one question before, just one question. Mr Mayor, are you willing to remove points 1 to 9 and proceed with point 10, or are you adamant that 1 to 9 need to be there in fullness of a bipartisan approach?
Sorry, councillor, can you break up your question, please?
The question is, are you willing to remove points 1 through to 9 on the basis that point 10 achieves what you want it to achieve, which is a bipartisan support for this generational project, that points 1 to 9 don't achieve anything? Are you willing to remove them?
No. Any other speakers for or against? Councillor Moon?
I'd like to speak for the mayoral minute. I believe, Mr Mayor, that this mayoral minute moves us forward, considering that the state and federal government, when they announced this, they didn't tell the people that it will take them to 2050 to realise the project. So advocating to get it done sooner would be a great result for council, considering that previously, as stated by Councillor Monahan, is that...
Point of order.
What's your point of order,
That's
councillor?
the second time now in a number of meetings where Councillor Amoon has referred to me as Councillor Moningham. The first time I let it slide, yes, that's exactly what it was.
Sorry, how would you... Okay, thank you.
I'm asking that the comment be withdrawn, and he referred to councillors appropriately.
Okay, councillor, can you assist Councillor Amoon with the pronunciation of exactly how your name should be pronounced?
He's heard it a number of times. It's Monahan.
Councillor, say it again.
Monahan.
Monahan. Councillor Amoon, are you able to pronounce as Councillor Monahan?
Is it Monahan?
You don't even have to read it. I'm saying it to you.
Oh,
you should be able
some
to.
people can't even spell it, so I'm just stating a fact. But that's
Just
okay.
one sec. Sorry, hold on. Can you please pronounce his name?
Monahan.
Is that...
He's heard it a number of times now, Monahan.
So
I'd
do we
ask
need to,
that
do we
the
need
point of
elocution?
order-
Do we need elocution classes? So I just need to make sure. So if you can please withdraw how you pronounce his name the first time. Okay, thank you. And now, councillor, just so there is no ambiguity, Monahan, can you please demonstrate to Councillor Moon and get to a point where you both can be happy with how your name is pronounced?
He's heard it a number of times now. There's the nameplate. I'm happy to walk it over. You can copy it down and you can practice.
Sorry, Councillor Monahan. Huh? Monahan. Does that suffice, Councillor Monahan?
Monahan, yes.
Huh? Can you just say it just to make sure? I don't want to deal with this point
There
of
we
order
go.
again.
We've got it. Congratulations. Next, we'll work on counting.
Thank you, Councillor. Let's go, Councillor Moon.
So, going back to the actual mayoral minute, considering that it was relayed that council didn't do anything about it, council has done things about it, has gone out and advocated, and therefore we are working very, very hard to get this corridor done correctly, not in a fastly fashion, not in a way where the Liverpool residents miss on opportunity. So therefore, I want to thank you, Mr Mayor, for bringing this to the floor.
Thank you. Councillor McNaught.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd just like to speak in favour of the mayoral minute. I'll be quick. I think that I just need to remind people of the mayoral minute of the 26th of February this year, where we once again thanked the state and federal government and all of the people involved in committing that funding for 15th Avenue. It's fantastic that we have $1 billion that will be able to make some improvements. However, it's not what the community was promised, and it's not what we what we envisaged would happen. So we should be grateful for some funding, and we have been, and we have absolutely thanked the members of Parliament who worked hard to get that. But that doesn't mean that we should stop advocating for the best outcome for the people of Liverpool.
Thank you. Any other speakers for or against? Nope. I'll put the mayoral minute. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against? I declare it carried. We have our questions with notice.
Division, I thought it was called.
Division. All those in favour, please stand. Yep. Against? Thank you. Questions with notice, 1 and 2. Good. We'll go to NOM 03, which is
I'll move that way.
page 91, tab 3, with recommendation on page 91. Moved Councillor Rostevsky. You have a seconder? Declare the motion lapsed. Next item is NOM 04, page 94, tab 4, number 95. Councillor Harrell. Yep. Okay, sorry.
I'll put the motion.
Yep. Moved Councillor Harrell, seconded Councillor Hart. Any discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? I declare it. Sorry. All those in favour? Against? Declare unanimous. NOM 05, page 100, tab 5, with recommendation on page 100.
Move that way.
Moved Councillor Rostevsky,
Happy to second.
seconded Councillor Monahan. Councillor Rostevsky would like to speak for your motion.
Yeah, I think it's we've got an opportunity tonight to back a really good community club that's served Liverpool for decades. So it's not just another sporting organisation, it's one of our strongest and most resilient clubs in the community. From what I know, they have hundreds of kids, families, volunteers rely on the ground at Hoxton Park, so they pretty much deserve facilities that meet modern standards, and right now they really don't have that. Now, the motion calls for a fair model, I believe, a smart model, dollar for dollar co-investment where ratepayers don't carry the whole load. Council matches what the club matches. There is balance, there's responsibilities, exactly what we should be doing in terms of community infrastructure. This model, I think, strengthens community support. It locks in capital investment, builds quality infrastructure that community can use for decades, and it's a win for all families, a win for junior sport, win for Liverpool. And I acknowledge the CEO's comments about environmental considerations and the Crown land requirements. And this is exactly why I've moved the motion, calling for a due diligence, independent assessment and a full report by March 2026. So we're not bypassing any process here. We're just pretty much strengthening it and making sure improvements can proceed only when they are safe, compliant and environmentally sensible. So pretty much it's hopefully we'll get it as unanimous, and that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Yep. Councillor Harrell.
Sorry, you
Harrell.
can go, Deputy Mayor, first.
The question I have is, how does this fit in with Council's new strategy of operating sporting and recreational facilities?
Sorry, who's your question through, Councillor?
Sorry, to the CEO.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor. So it doesn't deviate from the strategy. There's just a couple of things I think I need to bring back to council on this one, and I did forecast them when I first saw the NOM or the potential NOM on email. the term PPP has certain connotations under the Local Government Act, which may actually be more restrictive. So I think the right mechanism for this project to proceed just needs to be refined and brought back to council, because I think if we're talking PPPs, it's actually a legislated piece of the Act, which forces us to do a whole lot of work we may not need to do in this instance. So that's probably my response, but it doesn't deviate materially from the fact that we want to create fantastic sporting opportunities for our children. You know that when I turned up here, there were no artificial pitches. Now there's 2. And I do think the utilisation of the artificial pitches, particularly in the game of football, is something that not only serves Liverpool Olympic, but the wider community, the local schools, and the utilisation of a ground in that location with the right lighting would be up to 18 hours a day and may even be a revenue producer for both council and Liverpool Olympic. So I think it's got some great markers. It's just, there's a comment in the NOM at the bottom of page 101 about some DD. And I guess what I would like to, what I'd ask council is just let us clear up the best way forward for this, because it's got the support of the operations part of council and the staff, and it's a good project and the right spot. And both our artificial pitches are towards the east of the LGA. This is our first one with Carnes Hill will be in the west, and it's well positioned and a good project.
Councillor Hart?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I support the intent of this motion moved by Councillor Rostevsky. But I'm just wondering, through the Mayor, the CEO, are we actually able to resolve points 2 to 5 whilst we're waiting for whilst Council investigates the viability to enter a PPP? It might be putting the cart before the horse.
I think, sorry, can I, yep, through the Mayor, yes, you're right. I think this has got absolute value, and I know that Spiros is still in the room, but I just give me that period. I think it's the March meeting. Let me have the period to come back to council and just give you the easiest pathway through, because it does also ask for $1 million of commitment, which is not budgeted for. Nor is the funding source. But what I'd like to do is we'll be in at the back end of Q2 towards Q3 by that stage. So it'll give us a more a granular lead into look at those kind of funding, and the director wants to say some words as well.
Is it not working? There you go. Thank you. Through the CEO, there's no doubt that the club's sizable, and we have been working very closely with them. They're community focused. They do things outside of sport. So we're very committed to the club. The challenges that we're having are these constraints within the site. So I do ask that you allow the time to do more thorough investigation for the March report, because it may be more viable for us to look at alternative sites that still meet the needs of the club for their size. We can do the synthetic pitches, etc. Because at the moment the investigations are clearly showing that there are a lot of limitations, and we hate going back to the club and giving them that bad news. But we do want to work with them because they are a fantastic club.
So I think if this were to say something along the lines of formally investigate the opportunity, you remove the word PPP, because I think that's been flagged as a challenge with Liverpool Olympic at Hoxton Park Road. I think committing committing to a funding to a dollar for dollar, up to $1 million, without identifying the actual funding source is problematic. But I think ultimately, if we say, basically, let's have a discussion and let's get a report back by March, that is, I'm guessing, the best preferred course of action. So if you're happy, Councillor Stevsky, we can draft something up along those lines.
Just a suggestion on point 2, committing in principle. It doesn't bind council to take a particular cause, and we don't need to identify funding source, but outlines council's in principle endorsement of the idea pending further reports. Is that, to the CEO, is that something that...
Yeah, it's a question to you. About whether commit is non-binding and therefore doesn't invoke the provisions of code and meeting practice where funding sources have to be.
Commit in principle. I accept that commit would, obviously, but committing in principle.
Probably not a question for me.
Oh, it's asked it to you.
I'm happy. It's just a question.
Notwithstanding, council can't resolve to do anything in relation to a budget forecast, particularly that kind of expenditure. If the in-principle support from council was around the general intent of the motion, then I would have thought that would be a kind of comment of support rather than an obligation that can't be dealt with if and when the report comes back in March, which could lean either way based on what we find.
So that phrase would, in its current form, would be acceptable. Is that the position?
Only to the extent it has to be acceptable to the governing body. Yes. Yeah.
Well, it still has to meet the provisions of the code of meeting practice, and I think once again, sorry. Considering that we're asking for a report, ultimately committing not only to $1 million or committing in principle to $1 million of expenditure, plus all the different potential costs associated with it. I think once there's an in-spirit agreement, but I think it's more about if all those things can be looked at into the report and then come back to council. I think that's ultimately the way we go. But if we want to start drafting it here and trying to get it right, then we might be here for a while where we can achieve the objective by getting a report back in March. Personally, I'm not, without seeing the financials, and we're not doing the budget and we're committing to a 27 expenditure, I'm not prepared to support a 27 expenditure without understanding what the 27 budget, or at least in the long-term financial plan, looks like. So once again, Councillor Racevsky, are you happy just to have asking for the report to come back in a fashion that's not as detailed as this, and come back in March, and then we can go from there?
Yeah, sure, as long as it encompasses all those points in that report, so then we can analyse it.
All right, so if we were to say something along the lines of, let's say, investigate the viability to enter into an agreement with Liverpool Olympic for capital improvements to the club's home ground at Hoxton Park. Investigate the a dollar for dollar contribution up to $1 million to cover points A, B, and C.
Leave the lease out.
I can just say investigate point 3, then you can have if you put up point 6. And if you maybe added onto that a point E. That's, let me see what these covers it. Point E for a 21-year lease option.
An optimal leasing option.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't put a time on it.
Don't put a time. An optimal leasing option. or how we say maximum leasing option. Sorry, I refer to through the CEO, the Director of Community and Culture.
Through the CEO, maybe a point F in explore alternative sites if above's not viable or something on those lines.
With the club. Explore alternative sites with the club. All right. Councillor Steffes, are you happy with those points 1, 2, and 3 as they cover? Okay, great. Councillor Monaghan, are you happy with those? Okay, great. Any further discussion? No, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against? Is that unanimous or unanimous? Next item is NOM 06, page 103, tab 6 with recommendation on page 103. And I think Councillor Steffes,
Yeah, it's been answered.
It's been answered already.
Yeah.
So just receive a note. Yeah. Move that it's received a note. Councillor Steffes, seconded.
I'll second that.
Councillor McNaught. Any discussion? I'll put it forward. All those in favour? Against? I declare it carried. Next item is PD 01, page 105, with the recommendation on page 105. Councillor McNaught.
I'm happy to move that way with the change that came through on the memo that says that the council, underneath the recommendation there, if we just a typo at the top, yeah.
Oh, yes. Cool. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Hart. Any discussion?
Just got a couple of questions through the CEO. What process does council have to independently verify or detect undeclared conflicts?
Thank you, Councillor, for that question. Undeclared conflicts. The unknown unknowns. The two main instruments would be via an audit process where an undeclared conflict would be discovered, and probably the other one would be we receive a complaint or a code of conduct issue from some other party who was aware of an undisclosed conflict. They're the two main avenues where that may occur.
And who decides what is low, medium or high risk?
I'll just refer that one to the Director.
Thank you. Through the CEO, ultimately, as proposed in the policy, the decision will sit with the Director of Planning and Design to make an assessment against the policy.
I've noticed public exhibition is only 14 days for conflicted application involving councillors, but council-related DAs get 28 days. Councillor-related ones get half that. Any particular reason?
Who's your question through, Councillor?
Sorry, through the CEO.
Thank you.
Thank you. Through the Director.
Through the CEO, I'll have to take on notice whether there was a specific duration in the guidelines. However, I believe that on face value, I believe that it is a reflection of the guidelines. Just got confirmation. It is built into the guidelines under that legislation, the duration of time.
Last one, if a councillor's done paid work for a developer, is that automatically a medium or high risk conflict?
Through the CEO, it's the nature of the development that determines the risk, not the nature of the conflict of interest. So any conflict of interest will trigger the assessment against the policy, and the risk level will be determined on the type of development only, not the conflict.
Any other further discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against? Declare carried. Just confirming unanimous? Yes, this has to be recorded. Yeah. Okay, next item is PD 02 of declared an interest, and I will hand over to the acting deputy mayor.
We need a mover and a seconder for the recommendation, or any discussion against
I'm
those?
happy to move the recommendation as per the book.
As per the book, Councillor Monahan, seconder. Councillor AJ, any discussion?
I've just got a couple of questions. How does council justify endorsing a DCP when key design principles such as scale, landscape, neighbourhood character remain unresolved?
Your question is to?
Sorry, through the CEO.
Thank you, Councillor. To the Director.
Through the CEO, the planning proposal itself has been approved, in essence, by the Department of Planning. The DCP seeks to mitigate the impacts of any development that would fall under this increased development yield through addressing what would be typical components of a development and potential impacts, including scale, massing, access in and out of the site, and other controls that we believe are pertinent to mitigate the impacts of the increased density.
What happens if council refuses to endorse the site-specific DCP? Will the state proceed without council?
Through the CEO, yes, the state has made the decision. The decision is already approved in its entirety. It is just now a matter of the department working on refining the wording into the LEP. If the DCP is not endorsed, the development or any potential future development on that site will be assessed against the current DCP provisions applying to that locality, which don't have site-specific provisions that would seek to mitigate the impacts of the higher density development.
Any more questions? Oh, sorry, I wasn't. Sorry, Councillor Moon.
Perhaps if the mover and the seconder would like to add a point 6, is to write to the local member for Liverpool, advising them of this, and the results and the impacts that it will have on the community, as it was approved by the State Planning Department.
Can we formulate that?
Yeah, full stop.
Yeah, that's fine, thank you.
My question's to Councillor Moon through the chair. Do I take it you'll be voting against this motion? My question is to Councillor Moon, do you support this project? Sorry? Do you support this project?
It's not up to me to support it or not. It's been approved by the Department of Planning. So I can't support.
I'm asking you a simple question.
I'm saying to you, it's not my decision to make.
So you support it?
Councillors?
Again, through the chair, it's not my decision to make. It's already been approved by the State Planning Department.
I don't support the the project. I would have thought that'd be a pretty simple thing to say whether or not you support a project or not. I'll
Councillor,
be voting against.
Councillor, I would suggest that's a decision you make, and so does Councillor Moon,
Yes.
without influencing one or the other.
No,
You're
I-
asking questions, asking him to make a decision that you're not entitled to ask, in my view. But
course.
we'll leave it at that.
Yes, I'd like to speak against.
That's fine.
Um,
Sorry, against the whole
the
recommendation?
whole
or just-
recommendation.
Thank you.
The project is not suitable for the area. It's entirely appropriate that point 6 is in there, that we approach the state government, particularly through the local member, to advocate against the project, similarly advocating for projects that we are in favour of. I take it earlier, Councillor Amoon must have been, had no opinion about 15th Avenue because it wasn't a decision that council could take, so probably would have no opinion whether or not he supports that project or doesn't, much like this one. I'm quite clear I supported the 15th Avenue project. I don't support this one. It would seem to me that if you're not saying that you're going to support a particular thing, if you're not going to say that you oppose a particular thing, that you must be taken to support it. Particularly when you have election posters that are put on that property for your campaigns for the state parliament, ultimately fruitless, but nevertheless the posters were there on private property, which would mean
Point of order. How is that related to the motion?
Councillor Monahan, I was going to stop you too.
That's fine.
Please keep personalities out of it. Confine it to your plus or minus,
Yes, of
for
course.
or against, please.
Of
Thank
course.
you.
I'm happy to address the relevance. We're talking about the exact site, a site where the mayor's declared a conflict of interest. I would have thought that other people who have some sort of personal connection to the site, or potentially the owners of the site or the proponent of the development, might similarly declare a conflict of interest. I thought that would be a very appropriate thing to do. Of course, we note that any conflicts of interest, it's up to the person who has a conflict to declare whether or not they do. It's a
Point
topic
of order. This is not relevant to the motion.
Councillor Monahan, please.
Thank you. I'll continue. The discussions about the site, owners of the site and councillors voting on accepting or not accepting reports, it's entirely relevant. Unless there's a ruling to the contrary, I might continue. It's simply not a project that is appropriate for Liverpool, particularly that part of Liverpool. The traffic constraints, one would well note, the traffic in and out and around that area is abysmal, if I can use that term, without eliciting a point of order. And it's not a project that council should be endorsing in any event. I think it's the motion, point 6, I welcome point 6, but would say that really at the moment we're now speaking out both sides of our mouths. We're going to write to the member for Liverpool and say we don't like this thing, but we're going to vote on it to note and receive the report, and not simply put on the record whether or not council opposes the project. I'm quite clear in my position, outright opposition to it, and will be voting against. I don't think I need the last 90 seconds.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else?
I'd like to speak for the motion. Thank you. I just would like to speak in favour of the motion. It's very clear that this is a contentious development that has been approved outside of council's jurisdiction. My understanding is what these DCP amendments are trying to achieve is there's no putting the genie back in the bottle, but we're trying to exert some control over what happens on that site. This is a proposal that will go out for public exhibition, and we'll allow the public to comment, and then this will come back to us at council for a further endorsement after we hear from the public who will be affected by this. So I'm very keen to hear what the public has to say. I'm pleased that we are trying to mitigate somehow what is outside of our control decision-wise, and so I commend staff for placing this on public exhibition if it's endorsed.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to propose an amendment.
Yes, councillor.
Notes that during the 2023 state election campaign, Councillor Moon ran for the state seat of Liverpool and displayed election material in the form of posters on that site.
Councillor, I don't think you can do that. I would not allow it. Thank you.
Formal ruling that amendment is out of order?
I'll second it.
I would rule that out of order.
Is that a formal ruling?
Yes.
Yes, I'd like to move a motion of dissent.
Fine.
I'd say that it is entirely in order. It goes to conflict, particularly when one has already been raised. It's entirely relevant, particularly if we're going to be saying we're writing to the member for Liverpool, advising of the results and impacts that a particular project is going to have on the community. I think we should be quite frank and quite upfront about some of the other connections that lot has to people on this council who are making decisions about that parcel of land. I could probably go on further, but I might leave my remarks at that. But do note, as it is a motion of dissent, the only people entitled to speak to it are the mover and the chair.
You're the mover? I'm moving it. All those in favour? Those against? Yeah, I vote that lost.
Called division.
But just for your information, and as the chair, I normally don't participate in this, but I have the same opinion. I was involved with this early in the piece when the residents objected to this development. And when you look at the information, the Excellence Design Panel actually said this is not appropriate, and therefore it should not have gone ahead in the first place. But sadly, the state government, not the state government, but due to time differences, the state government overrode council's decision. I'm disappointed with that. I live near that place. I know exactly the problems that will occur there and will get worse, particularly with traffic. I do not believe that it should have gone ahead, but it looks like those decisions are no longer our decisions. The only thing that I believe, and I'm not sure, is that the DCP that council is proposing will have an effect on this. I believe that to be correct. So, fait accompli, all we can do is mitigate, I believe, the height, the scale, the traffic problems that will occur. And any amount of argument and discussion back and forth, politically motivated or otherwise, is not going to change that. So, despite your efforts, councillor, I don't think it'll make... I'm happy to vote against it as well, but knowing that it's not going to make any difference.
Through the chair.
Yes.
Just for the record, the member for Liverpool had her signs up there as well on the very same fence. Just for the record.
Councillor, I was trying very hard to keep politics out of this. I just wanted to put for the record.
You've got a division to manage.
Division. Oh, right, division. Those in favour of the motion? Yes. Of the motion of dissent. Of the motion of dissent, sorry.
Yes.
For recording it. Those against? Thank you. And that then...
Sorry, just a quick question and one more. I'm just a little bit concerned about the exhibition period going out now during the Christmas break.
That's a good point, councillor, and we have a standing motion that will not occur. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, thought it was. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Actually, a little bit of bragging. I put that in 2010, 2009 and 10 for that very reason, and it had to do with Warwick Farm. Warwick Farm, there was major changes proposed to Warwick Farm, and it was a public exhibition during that period, and it was against what the local residents want, and Warwick Farm is what it is as a result of what happened there, and hence I put a motion up that should not occur, which happened a few years ago, and we actually do that. So thank you very much, Mr.
Do we have to vote on the motion?
Oh, okay. So those in favour of the motion? 1, 2, 3, 4. Those against? And that's 4, and I vote against it, so that's 5.
Division.
Stan? Division. I like these divisions. Those for? Those for the motion? Do it that way. Those for the motion? No, I'm against it, damn it. Getting me confused. Those for the motion? Thank you. Those against? Thank you. The Mayor can come back in.
Can I ask a question based on that last decision, if there's appropriate to do so? So that means that there will be no exhibition go out to DCP changes to the community. It just goes as is. Okay, cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is that one?
That's a council resolution. Yeah, it's a council resolution.
The council resolution. Happy to put the motion with one amendment. Sorry, that's not my best English. Put the motion with the removal of point 4. Thank you. If I have a seconder. I'm happy to speak for the motion, and I thank Mr. Angelkovic for speaking to us tonight. I can't see him, he's over there. Because of, there was a lot of suggestions that came through from the community, which is fantastic to get that level of engagement. However, I think there may be some issues with the list, and so just ad hoc sending that through to the Geographic Naming Board might be an issue. So I'd like to maybe do a little bit more work on that. So at this point, I'd like to move forward with points 1 to 4 as amended by me, and then we can, have discussions about further naming later on down the track when we get a little bit more in depth into those suggestions.
Any further discussion? Nope.
Yeah, just bear with me. I'm just reading the difference between the two. Just bear with me a moment. Just a question to Councillor Knorr. The removal of point 4.
Sorry, through
the chair to Councillor McNaught. What's the intent behind that?
Just that, as we heard tonight, like there's an extensive list of names that were proposed in attachment 4, 70-something names, and some of them may not be appropriate. They haven't been assessed at that level, and so I would not like them to move forward at this point. We can bring it back to another discussion paper, another motion, another time, but I'd like it to move forward as it is now, and the ones that have support that we continue with, and then we can come back and assess it more holistically with the help of Mr. Angelkovic, who offered to help that tonight, and others from the community. But I don't want to just push them through, particularly given that we have had representation that might not be appropriate.
Yes. I don't disagree with that. Is there opportunity then for the addition of perhaps what you've just suggested, which is a further report to come back to council to indicate the study in which you say is appropriate to exclude names that wouldn't align with the intent of the motion?
How about we have something like 0.5, undertake further engagement with interested members or subject matter or interested parties. Interested parties with the recommendations, with the suggestions in attachment 4, and a report to come back to a future council meeting.
Take further measures with the suggestion.
Does that suffice?
Yeah, I think so. Perhaps just with the words further assessment.
Is the seconder happy with that?
Undertake further engagement with interests of... Further assessment. With suggestions for further assessment. Further engagement. With interests of... So after attachment 4, then for further assessment. So undertake the further interest of parties with the suggestions. Yeah, after 4 for further assessment. Just a suggestion to both mover and seconder.
I'm happy to continue the conversation. I'm happy to continue the conversation that way.
Councillor AJ, are you happy with that?
Yeah, just great job to Michael. And I started learning my Serbian language, Kakosti, Dobro here. So I think with further place, I'll learn more. So I'm happy with that.
Great. Any further discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against, declare it unanimous. Yep. Councillors, with regards to PD 04, page 191, tab 10, recommendation 191, we've had a alternate recommendation from the CEO that was emailed to us today that the matter be deferred. So we could just formally move that way.
Happy to move to deferral.
Second, Councillor, Acting Deputy Mayor. All those in favour? Against? Declare it carried. PD 05, page 227, tab 11, with recommendation on page 228.
I believe there's an updated recommendation.
Yeah, where is that?
It says receive and note the report.
Okay. Do we have a mover that way?
Yeah, I'll move it, yeah.
Move Councillor Sefsey, second and Councillor McNaught.
I've just got one question. Through the CEO, why were residents not involved in the conciliation process despite being materially impacted by the parking, traffic, flow, noise and overshadowing?
Sorry, just the first part of the question, Councillor. Why weren't they? Through the Director.
Through the CEO, I might ask, through the CEO, if General Counsel could advise on involvement at the 34 conference.
Councillor, my understanding is that residents who made representations were notified of the conciliation and the opportunity to attend and speak to the Commissioner. I don't know whether anyone took up that opportunity, but it is offered. And that's the point at which people can input by speaking to the Commissioner. The conciliation then happens separately.
Just one more. Could council have considered maybe requesting refusal from the court based on public interest grounds, based on community objections and safety risks? Was that an opportunity?
Thank you. Through the Mayor, to the Director.
Thank you. Through the CEO. No, not based on a development that is compliant with the clauses within the SEP that are non-discretionary, which, as I've mentioned before, clearly stipulate that the consent authority must not refuse a development if they comply with those specific controls as listed.
Thank you, Director. Through the GC.
Just to add to that, Councillor, the contentions which Council raises are, broadly speaking, public interest considerations because they're about the matters which arise for consideration under the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act. And indeed, one of those is the public interest. So to the extent that those matters are appropriate to raise, we raise them. And then we're obliged through the court process to try to resolve the contentions if they can be resolved.
Any further discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against? Is that unanimous? Just has to be recorded. Unanimous? Yep, unanimous. Okay. We'll now have a recess till 8:05 p.m. Thank you. Yes. We have quorum.
2, 4.
5,
Okay.
6.
Yeah.
All right. I think the rescission motion, you have to hand it in. And then we'll make a decision when we deal with it. All right. Yeah, all right. Next item is PD 06, page 4, with recommendation on page 6.
I was going to say, I believe there's been an updated recommendation for deferral. I'm happy to move that way.
Do you have a seconder? Seconder, Councillor Moon. Any discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare it carried. Next item is PD 07, in book 7.
Happy to move.
Move Councillor Hart, seconded Councillor McNaught. Any discussion?
Yeah, I've got a couple of questions.
Just
For the
one sec.
CEO.
Do you want to speak, Councillor Hart, for your motion, or your?
No, I just want to congratulate the staff for doing a fantastic job with this document. I'll leave it at that.
Councillor Rostevsky?
Yeah, through the CEO, what's the total cost estimate for delivering the full Woodwood Park vision beyond the funded works, the Western Sydney funded works?
Thank you. Through the Mayor, if you're asking me how much will it cost to do the master plan, it'll be $120,000 consumed in the WISIG budget.
Any other further discussion? No. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against? Declare it unanimous. Next item is COM 01, page 238, tab 12, with recommendation on page 238.
Move that way.
Move Councillor Rostevsky, seconded Councillor McNaught. Any discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? Declare it unanimous. Just on COM 02, I think if I can ask a question to the Acting Deputy Mayor. With the Liverpool Historical Society, I'm pretty sure I'm a patron of it, if I recall correctly. Does the Mayor automatically become a patron? Do you have any?
I don't know for sure.
All right. Anyway, just out of an abundance of caution, I will declare a non-pecuniary less than significant interest with regards to COM 02, because I think the Mayor becomes an honorary patron of the City of Liverpool Historical Society. It's non-pecuniary, less significant. The role is just symbolic, or there is no actual role, and I'll be staying in the chamber. Sorry. Yeah. So COM 02, moved Councillor McNaught, seconded Councillor AJ. Any discussion? No, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? I declare it carried.
This is the one you guys want to change.
Next item is COM 03, page 249. Councillor McNaught.
With an amendment?
Yes, Councillor.
Point 1 is to stay the same. Point 2 is to stay the same. Point 3, I'd like to just endorse 2026. And as per the amended schedule, and I'd like to amend the schedule. I would like the dates to be as per the book, apart from the May meeting, May 2026. I'd like to move it to Tuesday, the 19th of May. And I would also like it noted that the council meetings in the Liverpool City Council chamber are between the hours of 4 and 9 p.m.
Sorry, excuse me. Sorry, excuse me, councillor. Sorry, excuse me, councillor. I call you to order. Councillor McNaught, would you like to speak? Do you have a seconder?
I haven't finished yet. Sorry. And then point 4, the governance committee meetings, I would like to hold on a Tuesday in the date before what is listed in the program. So on the Tuesday rather than the Wednesday, starting at 2 p.m. And point 4, I would like to endorse just 2026. And I'd like the order of business to be amended such that notices of motion and questions with notice, which is currently point 10, moves after reports of committees and before confidential matters.
Anything else?
That's all I can think of. Thank you.
Do you have a seconder? Seconder, Councillor Moon. Would you like to speak for your motion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would. As per our usual practice, it's a resolution of council to set the meeting dates and times for the following year. I note that an 11 p.m. finish is very late for a council meeting. My proposal is to bring that back by beginning at 4 p.m. with a maximum of 5 hours, taking us to 9 p.m. The order of business, the order of business is amended back to where it was, such that if people wish to be here for the notices of motion, there is time will be moved back towards the back of the meeting, which will allow people time to attend should they wish to do that. Also means that the business of council's moved up earlier into the meeting. I thank staff for the work on that, and for the reason for moving the May meeting is also to give us that bit of extra time that we often try to do to get the budget out on display and then back by the time it needs to be endorsed. We try to make that work. Sometimes it does and sometimes it doesn't, but that's my intent for moving that May meeting. Thank you.
Any other speakers for or against?
Yes, against.
Yes, Councillor Monahan.
This is blatantly anti-democratic. This is blatantly attempting to to preclude people who have full-time employment who cannot attend council meetings at 4 p.m. from attending. It is a deliberate and premeditated move to exclude Councillors Carnib, Ristevski, Ibrahim and myself. Point of order. No, I'm not taking the point of order. That's nonsense.
It's not the code of meeting practice means a point of order comes to me.
Nonsense point of order.
Councillor
That's it. No, that's the
Sorry,
exact
councillors.
attempt. That is the exact attempt of the motion. You don't want us here. That's
Councillors,
true.
I bring you both to order.
You don't want us here.
Councillors, I call you both to order, right? This is your first warning. All right, Councillor McNaught, what is your point of order?
For a microphone, my point of order is that is not, I absolutely take offence to the suggestion.
Councillor Carney, you will not interrupt the speaker. She's giving a point
That's
of order.
exactly what we're doing. We're closing down this council.
That is your second
because
warning.
You're excusing everybody's democratic right to attend. That's what you're doing. You're trying to shut us up from not attending.
Councillor Carney.
That's exactly what you're doing. You've learned nothing from the inquiry. You've learned nothing from the inquiry. Absolutely nothing.
Councillor Carney, I ask you to respect the point of order. Councillor McNaught is giving the point of order. She will be heard. Councillor McNaught.
I take offence to what's being said. I understand that.
Councillor Monahan, you will not interrupt the speaker while they are speaking. All right, that's your second warning.
Keep giving us warnings. You don't want us here anyway. You may as well kick us out. Stand up and kick us out.
All right, I call a 5-minute recess. Thank you. allow councillors to cool off and think about their behaviour. And please read the code. Their chairs. All right. Councillor McNaught, you're in point of order.
Mr Mayor, I'll withdraw the point of order.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Monaghan speaking? against the motion? If we can get the clock back up, please. Yeah. You can start with a fresh 5 minutes.
I don't care. What's the point of withdrawing the point of order when you press on with a substantive motion? It's offensive. It's offensive. It's deliberately attempting to exclude councillors that, unfortunately, Mr Mayor, you just don't like. That's it. You don't like the criticism. You don't like the scrutiny. Certainly Councillor Amoon doesn't. I have to teach him how to count every meeting. I might bring an abacus to the next one.
Point of order.
Councillor Moon, what is your point of order?
I've been taught to actually count way before he was even born.
All right, I'll take that. I won't find in your point of order. Please, Councillor Monahan, continue. And can I please remind you to be respectful to your fellow councillors?
Perfectly respectful. Just as respectful as this motion is of attempting to exclude councillors who simply cannot attend. I cannot attend at 4 o'clock. This has been a clear point that's been made since September of 2024. In fact, it was unanimously supported to move it back to 6 o'clock. This is now simply a naked exercise of political power. You know we don't have the numbers. You know that. You know you're going to use your casting vote to make sure that meetings go back to 4 o'clock. I'm surprised it didn't go earlier, to be honest. I was expecting another rerun of 2 p.m. No, there's no respect or decency. None whatsoever.
Because minutes about giving people notice. You had this view.
Sorry,
why didn't you let councillors know, Mayor? Why didn't you let councillors know?
Please don't interrupt.
Why didn't you let councillors know? You got no decorum. You got no respect.
I thought there was support or agreement to the proposition that...
Councillor, can you please don't interrupt the council while they're speaking? Councillor Monahan, continue.
Really, that'd have some more credibility to it if you stopped interrupting me every time I opened my mouth. Seriously. It's the same disingenuous approach that was taken in respect of your mayoral minute. You've got your follower to move this. You didn't have the guts to move it yourself. I note that no one's now taking a point of order on these. You don't want no challenge to the fact that it's
Councillor
gutless,
Carneeb.
it's cowardly, it's moved by your follower. Point of order? Or is it unchallenged?
Point of order. You're speaking out of order.
A ruling on the point of order?
Whose point of order? You're calling one on
Councillor
yourself?
Carneeb. He just moved one.
Yeah, what's your point of order, Councillor Carneeb? You need, firstly, Councillor Carneeb, you need to turn on the microphone. What is your point of order?
Turn it off. How about you turn it on for me? Because you turn it off.
Councillor Carneeb, can you please calm down?
No, I've still got the call. I'm still...
Why are you trying to shut down debate, Chair? Why are you trying to shut down debate?
Councillor Carneeb,
why don't you want us to attend council meetings?
What is your point of order?
Why don't you answer the questions?
What is your point of order, Councillor Carneeb?
Why don't you answer the question?
What is your
Why
point?
are you moving to change the meetings to 4 p.m?
There is
you
no
sat
point
there
of
in the
order.
witness box
All right.
and you pretended you wanted cohesion. You pretended you wanted to work with councillors.
Councillor Monahan,
Keep turning it off.
you called a point of order, but you did not. I asked you what's your point of order. Councillor Monahan, you have your time.
Predictably, the point of order from Councillor Carneeb wasn't taken up. Surprise, surprise.
I asked him multiple times, but continue, Councillor Monahan.
Put to you several
Please continue the
times.
timer. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, please continue the timer. I'm glad we're taking some takeaways from the inquiry. I know it's over. You think no one's looking now? That's what it is, isn't it? You've got the numbers. No one's looking, or you think you're safe. You think you're out of the woods. Public hearings are over. You've given your evidence, as disingenuous and as silly as it was. 40 hours a week, 60 hours a week, full time, questioning council assisting. It was silly. It was imbecilic. It was as imbecilic and silly as this motion. This is an affront to democracy, pure and simple. Councillor Amoon can't even stand to look over this way. No doubt he's laughing. He finds it very funny. He does pull faces that I think my 2-month-old pulls better faces. Seriously. This is a joke. It is a joke. If you took it seriously, you'd be taking all the points of order in everything I'm saying, but I'm going to take it as given. You accept it.
Councillor Monahan, on that, please stop that. You said in this council meeting that you know the code of meeting practice better than I do.
Obviously.
So I will not instruct you in it. I will remind you though to abide by it.
So you're not going to chair the meeting?
I am chairing the meeting, but don't worry. You can. Yeah.
Very poorly.
Thank you.
Abysmally.
What do you want Councillor McNaught discuss
All right.
behind closed doors? What did you
Yes.
discuss behind
Counts-
closed doors? What did you discuss? Did you instruct her to withdraw?
Councillor Carneeb.
Is that what you did?
Councillor Carneeb. This is a council. We are in the council chamber.
You like to shut us up, don't you? That's exactly what you do.
All right.
You've got nothing to say.
Councillor Carneeb. Have you read? Are you aware of the code of meeting practice?
Are you?
Are you? Okay.
You're an embarrassment of a chair who can't
Yes.
chair a meeting.
I
You're trying to
completely
Councillor-
agree.
And you're trying to silence the public. You don't want
This is your
anyone
final warning, Councillor Carneeb, right?
throw me out.
Huh? This is your your final warning. If you do not have any respect for your council colleagues,
They've got no respect. It's clearly
Okay.
Pull
demonstrated.
them
Okay.
out of recess.
There was no notice of this. We passed.
get the clock
we
continuing on,
debated. We
please.
debated a motion at the last meeting that we'd give everyone 48 hours, or we'd have an in-principle agreement. It was rubbish. Of course, it was rubbish. It was a charade for the inquiry,
all right.
like most of the things that you've attempted to do. But you try. You get halfway. You start chairing meetings with a thinly veiled attempt at impartiality, and you fall apart after the first motion. We've seen it, meeting after meeting. Why wasn't this done in the middle of the inquiry? You could have brought it forward. But it's now. You've done it now. Public hearings are over. You think it might not be in evidence, that no one's watching, everyone's gone back away, they're busily typing away their submissions, and no one's going to pay attention to me now. It's exactly what it is. It's deliberate. It's deliberately done in the absence of another councillor as well. There's no attempt, and there's been no attempt to ensure that a full council is here to be able to determine what time the council's going to meet, particularly in circumstances where it's been voted on unanimously on a number of occasions now to have the meetings at 6 o'clock. The meetings, if the problem is that meetings go for too long, with respect, Mr Mayor, chair the meetings better. This debate's been an absolute shambles. You could have thrown us out by now and moved on. It'd have been over, but you can't do it. Or you refuse to do it. I'm not sure what it is. You could respond. Normally you're intently interrupting me. Every second word you interrupt, but
He's instructed the Liberal followers not to interrupt.
No.
Councillor Carneeb, under clause section 15.15, I'm now expelling you from the meeting for your repeated disrespectful interjections.
Yes, permanently. But that's what the intent was.
Thank you, Councillor Carneeb.
That was clearly the intent.
You're fake. Every single piece of evidence you gave at the inquiry was a joke, just like you are as a leader, just like you are as a mayor. Kick me out. I'll speak with a higher tone so anyone on the live stream can listen. Hopefully the Commissioner's watching, because what you're trying to do is shut out 4 councillors and shut out the public. Good luck at your next meeting.
Yeah.
When every councillor votes on this, and votes for a 4 p.m. start, you vote to shut up your colleagues. You vote to pacify your colleagues. You vote to shut out the community.
They've got what they've wanted.
Can Councillor...
It's a gutless move.
Can-
Gutless leadership. You're weak.
McNaught withdraw the motion for the sake of unity, and we've got representatives here that have been voted in by the community. Withdraw the motion.
The debate, Councillor Resevsi, I respect your sentiment. The debate was still being had and councillors hadn't voted on it. There were too many interjections from Councillor Carneeb, and therefore I've been left with no choice but to ask him to be expelled from the meeting under clause 15.15. The debate needed to happen. Unfortunately, the debate has not been able to be concluded. Have you finished speaking? Okay. All right. Thank you. So, any other speakers for or against?
Yeah, I'm against.
Are you going to speak for your motion?
Yes.
Speak against the motion, sorry.
Look what's happening. Three councillors have left. I'm about to leave too. This to me is ridiculous. I have no idea why Councillor McNaught would move such a motion without giving the courtesy of a heads up to anyone where they can maybe even try and reorganise their diaries. This is completely wrong. It's completely wrong to see three good councillors, actually really good guys, who are new, who are doing a great job, and we're excluding them. Honestly, this motion needs to be withdrawn, and anyone that supports it will suffer the consequences from the community. That's all I'll say.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other speakers for or against?
I'd like to speak for the motion.
Yes, Councillor Moon.
Considering the multiple times that we've had issues with colleagues unable to attend or unable to delaying the actual motions so that we can go over time, making the staff come back into the chamber for a following day. The staff need to have their rest. In what's going on, they do not deserve to be treated that way. I understand that this motion is being put in the way that it's been put in a compromise, that we used to be at 2 o'clock and now we're at 4 o'clock, so our staff can have the time to travel back home safely to their families and kids. Thank you.
Any other speakers? Yes. Councillor Hurl.
I'm disappointed with the tone of the meeting, really disappointed. That's the first time that I've witnessed this, and I don't think that's going to do us as a council and as a community any favours. We could have had reasonable discussion, but no, that didn't happen. People got excited. And I can understand debating this. I can understand why people may want to start at 4 o'clock, why people may 5 or even... We didn't even consider looking at whether we should maybe say 5 o'clock. We could have had another alternative. We could have said, OK, let's leave it at 6 o'clock because I understand people can't get here on time, and that was the reason for moving it to 6 o'clock. But 11 o'clock is a long time, and we have had sessions go to 11 o'clock, and then we've even had to have additional meetings to take that extra time because we didn't finish at 11 o'clock. Well, maybe there are alternatives, and some of the alternatives that we could be looking at is instead of having the 10, 11 or 12 meetings a year, have additional meetings. And in fact, instead of going to 11 o'clock, why not go to 10 o'clock? Have more meetings. I think that's a better outcome, but sadly, nobody spoke about that. We should have. Instead of getting hot under the collar and using political negative, derogatory information, it just wasn't necessary. So my suggestion is, why don't we leave it at 6, because obviously our two legal eagles can't make it at that time, although last term there was quite some time when we were able to start at 2 o'clock for I don't know how many meetings, but we did. And it just means you need to change your program to do that. But I'm happy to suggest leave it at 6 o'clock and maybe consider shutting at 11 o'clock, make it 4-hour sessions, and if necessary, have additional meetings. At least people only have the 4 hours instead of 5 hours. I'd rather have that than go to 11 o'clock. That's my personal opinion. To me, I'm retired. It doesn't matter. I can get here at any time. But people in the forum certainly can't, and we have had people, Dr. Chris Moore wanted to, on several occasions, she's had to speak here and she couldn't get here in time, or she's had to take time off from work, and I think that's unfair on the public in general. So by having it after 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, I think that's leave it as it is and have additional meetings. That's my personal view. Thank you.
Could I move a foreshadowed motion that we defer this until we all sit down away from this meeting and try and find a compromise?
the challenge with that is that we have to lock in the next meeting, which is February. So if you can if you can work out some wording, but yeah, we can't. So we cannot defer because it has to be done.
Well, do the February meeting at 6 p.m. and defer moving all the other meeting dates until all councillors can sit in a room at a meeting to work out a conciliatory approach.
Yep. Just if I can refer to the CEO, to the Director of Community and Lifestyle.
Thank you, through the Mayor, to the Director of Community and Lifestyle.
Through the CEO, it would be my preference to do the two meetings in February at 6 p.m. just to allow that time, because everyone will be on leave and we'll need to bring the reports back. So it just gives us a little bit more time to have that conciliated session and then bring the appropriate report back. So if the Chair agrees, that we'll move it that way, is my recommendation.
Okay. Do you have a seconder for your motion? No. Okay, the motion lapses. Oh, Councillor Harrell. Okay. Councillor AJ, you were wanting to speak?
Just to the Chair and also to my fellow councillors. Starting the meeting at 6 p.m. or before it was 2 p.m. was fantastic, because with us that have little children under 10, you're able to go home, look after the family. Just to also consider, it's a public office, and either way you put it, it's not going to favor somebody. And if the staff is getting here in the morning, finishing at 11 p.m., and I've seen them, they have to pack up, clean up, go home, come back to work at 9 p.m., it's very tough. So I would say that we should debate it, because signing up for public office, you need to sacrifice. And some of us, we do church, we do community work, we come here, and then sometimes we have to come back again. It's all eating into our work. So if 2 o'clock was not good, we move it to 4 p.m., which is halfway. We finish at 9 p.m., which is reasonable, to consider the staff to even get out of the chamber by 10 or 11. They'll get home on time. So it's always great to debate and see where we find a common ground as all of us, because either way, it doesn't favor everyone. But we have to come to a common ground, because, yes, once a month, I've decided to sacrifice work or everything to be here, because I want to represent the community. So I think all my colleagues need to look at their timetable and also put that sacrifice in and say that, how can we serve Liverpool better? How can we do so that everybody is not in danger? So I believe that we need to debate it, but moving it to 4 o'clock, if it's considered all the staff will be safe and everybody can have a good time and go home, we should consider that. That's my point.
Thank you, Councillor. Look, I just want to put my views in support of this on the record, and I guess, like Councillor AJ, if I look at my personal circumstances, 2 p.m. meeting is what suits me best. Getting home, finishing at 7, and being able to see my family before I go to bed is very important. But also allows me to get up the next day and conduct work in a fashion that is keeps me fresh and keeps me safe. I understand that the councillors, as we did resolve the first meeting, go to a 6 o'clock meeting. Having a 4 p.m. Is a compromise. I believe in the middle. I think that as well, that bearing in mind that the first half an hour of the meeting is mainly regarding the ceremonial items, with regards to speakers and so on and so forth, that, people can get here a little bit late. But the reality is, in my career in local government, I don't know how you do not have the whole day off when a council meeting is on. There's a lot to do, there's a lot to think of, and I think that's been customary. I started a business when I was on council many years ago, and I had to sacrifice that one day a week for me to go out there and to be a councillor. That's the reality. I know others have done that as well. we amended the governance committee meetings, but that did not lift any attendance for those who work in the evenings. But that's affected, I guess, my attendance. But it's so I think the 4 o'clock is a good compromise. Maybe if they're not here, maybe 4:30 helps. So if that makes a little bit, 9:30, it's not the end of the world. But I think that ultimately we need to look at this, and not only us. There's 11 of us as council elected officials, but there's a good 15 staff here who are affected by this. And I know that whilst they say they shouldn't, theoretically, if they finish work at 11 o'clock, they shouldn't be back here very early, but I know that a lot of them are back here at 8, 9 a.m. In the morning. And I know from speaking with them over the last year of how it's affecting them in not an ideal place. So I think this is a better than 2 p.m. and better than 6 p.m. And I recommend it. I think this helps us with work health and safety by a country mile. That's all I want to say. Councillor McNaught, did you want your right of reply?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think most things have been covered. I just will reiterate that when we were all voted into council this time, our meeting started at 2 p.m. We were elected to council knowing that our meetings started at 2 p.m. Then they were moved to 6 p.m, which was not unanimously supported, but it was moved to 6 p.m. And this is a compromise, moving it back to 4 p.m. for the reasons that everybody has articulated. I would like it on the record that many of us have a full-time job, but we know that the dedication to representing our community takes time and sacrifice. And to that end, I make arrangements to be able to be available on council meeting days and to give it the best of my attention. I, have heard multiple comments over the last year about how tired people are at 11 o'clock and how we shouldn't be making big decisions involving a lot of money at 11 o'clock, and I agree. So I think that bringing this back to 4 p.m. Is a very reasonable compromise. And I hope that we will get the support to be able to then make the decisions with a clearer mind, and for our staff and for all of us to go home safely at 9 p.m.
All right, we've had 2 speakers for and against. I'll now put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. The motion moved by Councillor McNaught. Those against? I declare the motion carried. Division, all those in favour? Those against? Thank you. Next item is COM 04, page 257, tab 15, with recommendation on page 258.
Happy to move that way.
Move Councillor Hart. Seconded Councillor McNaught.
COM 04.
Any discussion?
In principle, it's supposed to be the other way of spelling principle, but otherwise, I'm wholly supportive of this report. Thank you.
It has to do with schools, schools-based.
Schools-based. Okay. Any other further discussion?
I just want to commend staff actually for bringing this forward. I think it's a really, really important initiative for the area, and I thank them for bringing this to the council.
Can I just respond to that?
Yes.
Through the mayor, thank you, councillor, for that. It actually was a member of the community. So the idea here is to take children that can't afford up to $3,500 per annum to play for their local soccer clubs in an elite level, and try and get a Socceroo or a Matilda by 2038 from Miller.
All right, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against? Declare it unanimous. Next item is COM 05, page 264, with the recommendation on page 264.
Happy to move that way.
Move Councillor McNaught, seconded Councillor Harrell. Any discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against, declare it unanimous. Next item is Corp 01, page 267, with the recommendation on page 267. Moved Councillor Harrell, seconded Councillor McNaught. Any discussion?
Yes, sir. Considering the negative information that has been published in the media as of late, this report, which came up at, I think, the governance meeting, we spoke about it, and I'm particularly impressed with the information that Council supplied, where we compared Liverpool Council's finances with surrounding councils. And that information showed that this council is actually quite well off. We are no worse and no better than any of our councils around us. So when the media and people in social media give this council a tough time, maybe they should be looking at that additional report which the government section was happy to provide. I think that is important information which really shows that the finances of this council are under very well control. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other further discussion? No. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against, declare it unanimous. Next item is Corp 02, page 130, with recommendation on page 131 in book number 4.
Happy to move as per the recommendation.
On the look at, let's get up book 4 if you want to see book 4, the smaller purple book. I'll just wait till we. 130, with the recognition page 131. Investment report. Move Councillor Harrell. Seconded Councillor McNaught. Any speakers for or against? I'll just say congratulate the CEO and the staff and the investment committee, for their diligent review of this, and hopefully looking forward to seeing that. Thank you, councillors. Call you to order, please. All right. The performance above the benchmark to continue to increase, and looking at the if you look at the third dot point at the last dot point on the page, on page 130, because I'll blame. Was it success has many fathers, but failure is an orphan. So in that one, the 1.4 million saving or increase in the budget in income is a fantastic result. So keep it up. Any other further discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? I declare it carried.
Mr Mayor, I have an urgency motion.
Yes, councillor. What's your urgency motion?
It should come up on the screen in a minute. I'm happy to read through while it's coming up. I'll explain to you what it is so that you can assess it. It's in relation to our koala management plan. It's imperative that we keep this moving. We just had report of another koala deceased along Heathcote Road today. There are more koalas killed along Heathcote Road now than there are along Appin Road.
Sorry, Councillor McNaught. There's a fair bit of reading there. Can I recommend we just have a 9-minute recess to 9 o'clock, and I'll read the motion.
9 minutes.
9
yes.
minutes, all right? And I'll read that, and then you can explain to me why it's urgent, please.
Sure.
Thank you. Councillor McNaught, why is this urgent?
Mr. Mayor, it's come to my attention that there was a planning panel matter recently that highlighted the fact that we didn't have a koala management plan yet, and that led to some challenges with the assessment. Also, as I mentioned, even today, another koala has been perished on Heathcote Road, and I just think that, you know, it's been 12 months since our the last time we spoke on this, and with every day the koala population is more and more at risk. I don't want to wait until another 2 months' time to discuss it.
Happy to second it, Councillor Harrell. I understand. I agree with the urgency, and I was at that. I'll declare here that I am a member of the Southwest Sydney of the planning panel. I was observing that that meeting. So urgency. Let me just confirm. I'm just checking the new code of meeting practice with regards to urgency motions, if there was anything different. I know it affects extraordinary meetings, but I just want to, if I can, with your indulgence. Can I just refer to through the CEO to the General Counsel? It's a clause 9.3, which is, I think, different than what normally is.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. General Counsel, can you advise?
Oops.
I don't think it is materially different, Mr. Mayor.
I'm just looking to the part that which says that when all councils are not here.
Oh, yes.
It seems to be putting on a
Yes, it does place a restriction.
restriction on urgency motions. 9.3, if anybody wants to read, and under the newly adopted code of meeting practice from last month. So, if I'll just go through it quickly, just because we're all getting used to the
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, it's worth also reading 9.5.
9.5. So 9.5 would suggest that if the mayor and then all councillors or the councillors present agree that it be dealt with, that it can be dealt with. So 9.5, all councillors not present at a meeting, the council may only deal with the business at the meeting that councillors have not been given due notice of, where a resolution is adopted in accordance with clause 9.3, and the chairperson orders the business is urgent and requires decision by the next council or before the next meeting. So 9.3 then goes to, despite clause 9.1, business may be considered a meeting council where all councillors are present, even though due notice has not been given to the business councillors. And then that goes to 9.1. That reverse going back from 9.5 to 9.3, 9.1. So would you, if I can ask, so do we believe that under 9.5 9.5, in your opinion, I know it's my call to make, but in your opinion, that if council resolves to deal with the matter, those who are present, and then if I deem it urgent, then the council can deal with it?
So, Mr. Mayor, the way I read 9.3 is that ordinarily you need all councillors present to deal with an urgency motion, and council needs to resolve to deal with the business on the grounds that it is urgent and requires a decision by the council before the next scheduled ordinary meeting, and the resolution must state the reasons for the urgency. Then 9.5 comes in over the top. If all councillors are not present, council may only deal with business at the meeting that councillors has not been given due notice of, where a resolution is adopted in accordance with clause 9.3. And I take that to mean there's a resolution that it's urgent and requires a decision by the council before the next scheduled ordinary meeting, and there's reasons given for the urgency. And on top of that, the chairperson rules that the business is urgent and requires a decision by the council before the next scheduled ordinary meeting. So two things would be required.
So I think in this situation, we can satisfy 9.5. I deem it urgent. Now we need a resolution of council to see if they're happy to deal with it under 9.5, because all councillors aren't here.
Question.
Yes, Councillor Howell?
That may mean if one councillor is absent, you can't deal with it, ever.
Yeah, and I think that's
what it means?
I think that's what 9.3 means, but then 9.5 overrides 9.3 because it provides circumstances when we don't have all councillors. Yeah, good. Yes. All right, so I'm satisfied with that. So we'll just need a resolution from council that we deal with the urgency motion. So I'll put it that way. All those in favour, raise your hands. Against, I declare that unanimous. Okay, Councillor McNaught, the floor is yours. Okay.
I'm happy not to read through the motion if councillors would, I will read it. Okay. That council, number one, reaffirms its commitment to develop and implement a koala management plan. Number two, engages with subject matter experts, including but not limited to representatives of adjoining councils, Campbelltown and Sutherland Shire, the Sydney Basin Koala Network, Sutherland Shire Environmental Group, Ganangara Local Aboriginal Land Council, and WIRES to guide and assist council in the development and implementation of a koala management plan. 3, liaise with the appropriate government agencies and departments in seeking funding and support to initiate the required rigorous on-ground ecological assessment research and scoping studies to better understand the number and health of Liverpool's resident koala colonies, habitat corridors and connectivity to strategically conserve koala habitat in our area. And number 4, provide a quarterly report to council on the progress of this matter. I'd like to speak for the motion. I think that we have committed to the development of a koala management plan. That was some time ago. It's become evident now that we really need to get moving on that, and so this is just a little reminder that we are all committed to doing this. The quarterly report will help us all to keep it front of mind. I've had a lot of outreach from the community about this, as I'm sure all of us have. Particularly, though, I'd like to thank the Deputy Mayor for her passion that surrounds this issue, and happy to, really, really grateful for her input when it came to, bringing koalas back to the forefront.
Thank you. Is there any other further discussion? Councillor Hall?
Just simply to say thank you for cooperating with Councillor Green on the issue and bringing it up. I think that's great move. In previous councils, we've spoken about it. Councillor Rhodes at the time was very passionate about it, you remember, so I think it's a good outcome. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Okay, if there's no further discussion, I'll put the urgency motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against, I declare it unanimous. Next item is we'll now move into the confidential.
I've got an urgency motion.
Yes, Councillor Hart, what is your urgency motion?
Just bear with me. So the motion of urgency is that council, 1, notes the response to question with notice 02 from the 18 June 2025 ordinary council meeting. And 2, direct the CEO to circulate a confidential report to councillors providing, and then in brackets, on each occasion, close brackets, colon, and then A, the name of the recipient, B, the quantum of payment, C, records relating to how the quantum of payment was determined, and then D, legal advice received for each occasion.
Councillor Hart, why is the matter urgent?
Because speaking generally, I have concerns about the contents of the response that was provided by council, and I believe it would warrant further examination by council as a governing body, and I think that's urgent because relating to the the proprietary of each occasion.
Yep, I'm happy to accept its urgency on that basis. We'll just have to go back to the other clause that we just were, which was. Thank you, Councillor AJ. 9.5, yes, I'll put it to councillors if councillors are happy to deal with this motion as an urgency motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against, declare it carried. Oh, pardon? Oh, sorry, yes. Yeah, my apologies. So I'll withdraw that and let the councillor read it. Yeah, happy. All right, I'll put the vote. So I'll put the vote that we vote with for the urgency, that we deal with this urgency. I've deemed it urgent. All those in favour, please raise your hands.
Before that.
Yep.
We're voting on the urgency, not the motion.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Yeah. So all those in favour, please raise your hands. Against, I declare it unanimous.
You're voting on the urgency.
Now, okay. So the motion.
Oh,
So you need a seconder for your motion, Councillor Hart. Second, Councillor McNaught. Councillor Moon, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, perhaps instead of doing a report, maybe just circulate the findings ASAP, so that way we can understand what's happening. Because if we're going to wait for a report, that's another month.
So maybe circulate the confidential information.
Yeah, so take out the word report.
Councillor Hart, are you happy with that?
As in like a memo or something of, yeah, sure.
So McNaught, are you happy with that? Yes. Okay. Councillor Harrell?
Just question. So this is going to remain confidential?
Unless somebody decides to
No.
do otherwise.
We haven't read about anything like that in any recent times, and I think the staff have done a good job of making the changes. Okay, any discussion? I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. I declare it unanimous. All right, we'll now move into confidential matters, of which there are 5 matters. We're not going into closed session, sorry, just to be clear. So confidential booklets.
Mr Mayor, I'd like to move that for confidential matter 02 that we do move into a closed session. So can we move that to the back of the list?
Yep, so, okay. Tell you what, I don't know how you guys do this with paper because iPad is so much easier. Let me just go for a moment. Hello. Okay, so. Not that one. Oh, that's attachment booklet. Book 5 it is. Let's gotta pull up book 5 for a second. Yep. Okay. So Councillor McNaught, so you're doing 2 folds. Move this to the end of the meeting.
Yes, please.
That's point 1 and point 2. Moving under closed session under.
Under section 10A2C of the Local Government Act, because it contains information that would, if disclosed, confer a commercial advantage on a person with whom council is conducting or proposes to conduct business.
Okay. Great. So, do you have a seconder? So, council seconded that we move it to the end and go into closed session based upon 10A2C. Okay. Second, Councillor AJ. Okay. All those in favour? Against? I declare that unanimous. So we'll come back to that.
3 and 4 deferred.
Okay. Yep. 3 and 4. So Conf 02 goes to the back. All right. And we've got so Conf 03 and Conf 04, we've had an updated recommendation from the CEO that those matters be deferred to March.
So I'd like to move them together to be deferred, if that's okay.
I think we just put that they be deferred, and that will be keeps it open. So Conf 03 and Conf 04 be deferred. Move Councillor McNaught, seconded Councillor Harrell. Any discussion? All those in favour? Against? Declare that carried. Okay, which leaves us with Conf 1 and Conf 5. And then we'll go to Conf 2 after. Yep. So we have 3 items left. Councillor McNaught?
Happy to move Conf 01 as per the recommendation in the book.
Okay, so that is in book number 3, page number 4.
Happy to second.
Second to Councillor Hart. Is there any discussion? No, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Against? I declare it unanimous. We'll now deal with Conf 05.
Happy to move as per the recommendation.
Page 109 of book 5. Move Councillor McNaught, seconded Councillor Harrell. Any discussion?
Sorry, yes. I'm happy to go as per the recommendation, but maybe in future, rather than say no altogether, that maybe those organisations that need to do that, maybe they apply.
Yeah, so I think you're more talking like a permit system.
Yeah, I don't think we should blanket say no.
So microphones, please, Councillor McNaught.
Sorry, maybe we add a point 2 then, if Councillor Harrell's amenable, that we say does not provide pre-parking to community groups based in Liverpool. Number 2, as per this report. And number 2, investigate methods of providing cost of parking relief to community group applicants in Liverpool?
While you're doing that, can I just go through to the CEO, to the Director of Operations, please?
Thank you. Through the Mayor, Director of Operations.
Through the CEO. So this report came via operations, and what I was instructed to also do from the CEO is, to your point that you've just raised, also prepare a policy draft to bring back to council to provide a mechanism that we can then make a determination if there are suitable applicants for the said relief parking. So that will occur as well. Of course. Of course.
Thank you. Councillor, through the CEO, please.
Sorry. If we have worthy applicants, then and they have financial difficulties, I think council should consider that. That's really what I was getting at.
So then should point to them be notes that a policy is being developed? Yep. Fantastic.
Is that satisfies? That's okay? Yeah, I'm happy with that. You
Mover and
happy?
second, happy with that? Lovely. Okay. All right. If there's no further discussion, I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Against, I declare it unanimous. Okay. So there's only one item left, which is Conf 02, which is in Book 5, which has we now council has resolved to move into closed session. So if I can ask the live stream to stop and No one's walked in here. The motion is there. Huh? Just. Wait, just don't leave. All right, well, then, no, I don't have to, it doesn't say I have to read it out. I just have to make the motion public, and the motion is made public, so it's there, it's on the live stream, in the minutes, as is.
Mr. Mayor, I moved a rescission motion earlier in the meeting for PD02. I'd like to withdraw that rescission.
No worries. Okay. Cool. Okay, so the motion's on the screen. It'll be published in the minutes. It's now made public. What's there? All councillors, for those who are listening to the council staff, once again, we want to thank you all for being with us over the last 12 months in 2025. It's definitely been an interesting year, as every year should always be interesting, in Liverpool especially. Life should not be boring. I just want to say, on behalf of myself, I want to wish you all a very Merry Christmas, a Happy New Year, and hope that you enjoy have some lovely time away from council.
If I might just also pass on my best wishes to the staff and to my fellow councillors. It has been quite the year, and I wish you all a Merry Christmas, some lovely restful time with loved ones, and I look forward to a very productive 2026.
Councillor Amun.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to share the same sentiment. It's been a really difficult year for us as councillors and for staff, and especially for the community. I'd like to wish them all a Merry Christmas and a safe and prosperous New Year. And I hope that they all enjoy their time with their families, and that we come back fresh to a council that can always deliver for their constituents. And as once said to me, we can always do better. And I thank the person that said it to me once, and now I repeated it. Thank you.
I would like to quickly say as well, Merry Christmas, everyone. Thank you to all the staff who've had to work very long hours, particularly the council support team. We get to finish a bit earlier tonight, and hopefully we get to finish much earlier moving forward. Thanks.
Councillor AJ?
Yeah, just to wish everybody a Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year for 2026. God bless everybody, all the council staff and Liverpool Council. Great city. God bless you.
Councillor Hall?
I too wish to say the same thing, the same reasoning that everybody else has. Obviously, we want the very best in future, and let's hope next year is a better year than this year. And in my typical German, Frohe Weihnachten, which means Merry Christmas. Thank you.
See ya.
That's okay. Look, just on behalf of the staff, because the council were very kind in wishing the staff, which we got about 970, and some of them are here, and some of them are online, and some of them have finished work for the day. But on behalf of the council staff, we appreciate all 11 councillors and the effort they go to, and the input they have into making sure that Liverpool is moving forward. And I know that to a person. The staff understand and respect how difficult the job can be at some stage. But on behalf of them all, I wish you all the best for Christmas, and make sure that you spend the time with your loved ones well. And I should look forward to seeing you in the new year. Thank you.
All right, everyone. Well, I now declare the meeting closed. Thank you, everyone.